Ruffs. What's going on? So I just listened to the Master's Paradox and was like, who's that? Check Spotify bio that mentioned YouTube, and here you are. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much stream almost every day. I'd say 4 times a week at least. Sometimes I'll do a little bit more. Sometimes I'll do a little bit less, but yeah, no, this is a normal work day for me. Roll up a J, get started on the day. Or as my brother Ward would say, how many dudes? You know, I just gotta say this because, you know your homies and shit, you don't ever really say this type of stuff to them, but like, I've never met anybody with a more positive attitude on life. Just never, shit could be fucking burning down around this dude, and he's just like, bro, fuck that, let's get this money. It's like, bro, you're the fucking man, bro. I could be going through some shit, and he'd just be like, big Diddy, dog, you like big dudes. And I'm just like, bro, you're the man. So shout out to Big Wardy from the Natty, one of my best friends in life. If I'm going through something, that dude can make me smile, that dude can make me laugh. And we're always going through some shit. It's never a time where we're not going through something. So May Olson, hey, how you doing? How you doing? It is a beautiful day in the Omniverse. I'm looking for a filter. That's why I look so confused. I'm trying to figure out if I want to make a filter or repurpose an old one. As far as the Master's Paradox as a song, I feel like that's a song that gets lost in my catalog, like I really do feel like out of all the songs that gets attention from, my catalog, how is the Master's Paradox not one of those songs? Like I never understood that. Dun, 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 dun. Shitstorms are always good to go through with somebody else. Wow. Ain't that the truth? Are you Ruff? Are you a new listener? I definitely don't think I've seen your name around here before. Master's Paradox? Is it the 4th popular? Is it really? It can't be that high. There's no way. I don't check my stats, so I you could be right. Oh, it is. Holy shit. I didn't even see that. Stockholm Syndrome is beating out Omniverse right now? Gone Boy? Well, that's a song. Master's Paradox at 4, Dopamine Notes at 5. I bet you if I checked the 12 months for that, the 12-month stats for that. Oh man, can't listen to anything Robin Williams related. It'll make me tear up. Dun, 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 dun. This is a great score. See, a lot of people don't know that I'm a big fan of movie scores. Been a big fan of movie scores my whole life. So people are always like, what hip hop do you listen to? And I'm like, bro, I listen to so much other shit outside of hip hop. Don't get me wrong, I do listen to a lot of hip hop. I teach hip hop. I train hip hop. My native language is hip hop, so it's not like I don't. But I'm a classical pianist. Like I like classical music. I've always loved classical music, and I've always loved just unstructured creativity as it pertains to sound. And I feel like in classical you get a lot less structure than in hip hop. Hip hop is very structured. So yeah, for sure. Well, welcome. I mean, if I don't know how much of my music you've heard, to be completely honest with you, so I don't want to presume, you know. Oh yeah, oh my goodness, don't even get me wrong. Like game scores are better than movie scores. Like the homie Megaran, who was just nominated for a Grammy, shout out to Megaran. He says this, and I agree with him. Like video game music is the best kind of music. Like video game music, wrestling music, they get overlooked because movie scores and TV scores and things like that. I mean, just normal mainstream music just distracts, but yeah.
Drastic. I'm trying to finalize this trade between you, heaven and hell, involving your first round draft picks. Asterisk, you'll know who's robbing you maskless. Flee from the guillotine, we're known for dropping new baskets. Blast this across the Omni, all anomaly, all for the Donnie, walking calmly through this lost Jumanji. This is different, but you all deny me. While I traverse the realities that you author blindly. Often they would scoff at our offering, called it awkward timing. If I can walk through the portal first, you can walk behind me. Yeah, I'm atheist, but I talk divinely. Any of you ever been stalked for rhyming? No, I didn't think so. Strange Days, one-off classic, this is not a sequel. The sixth member of SG-1 with a hefty gun. You'll get dismembered, affecting sons, but I'll bet we won. Them the afraid, living in hate, the simian's fate. Fishing in lake, if they're biting, I might give thee a plate. Idiom vague, plenty innate, trivium, dealing in bait. From straight oblivion gate, giving them full obsidian slate. If I pay respect off the top, I'm avenging with blade. Each of it taken off of a block, I'm offending in ways. You wouldn't ontologically get shocked from living in pain. Even if all of this stops, the potential exists. Think you calling the shots? Determinism dissents. You even call on your gods. For me, none of it fits. I'm sure to most apex entities, I'm a son of a bitch. I'ma get through this maze, even if I have to invent how to sift through the ways. Meaning in non-Euclidean, unlocking different shades. Limited like compendium in spite of living in rage. It's splendid conversing with the ascended. If it's mercifully emergent from words that burst in a sentence, you're cursed in an instance. Aversion perturbed and the surge is complicit. A permanent purge, see him lurking with murderous interest. Loaded for bear, coded for lair, over the snare. The opening's there, hope to despair, frozen in fear. Stuck in this motion, he's toting his gear. The harsher the critic, the more potent the smear. Globalist fear, chosen the spear, broken a sear omen. Open ears, hoping they don't want to hear him open. I'm poking at weird slogans, roving bear token. My flow is the nearest ocean. Hold his beer, he's boasting a mere quotient. I appear gross as defiantly weird cogent. Lying there dying, he's high in the gears frozen. Iron steer firing, flying with rare Trojans. Motive clear, yeah. Nihilist go to giant of focus, but pious and pulpy to draw upon Mayan and Vulcan. Rhyme and emotions, knowing his mind is as open. Time for devotion, but he is designed from the broken golden tier. These rappers, they scatterbrain. We shatter frame with the precision of batarang. Same shit boiling, we spit on the track again. Different toilets, justice depends on the bladder stain. Yeah, Gray Square.
These rappers, they scatterbrain. We shatter frame with the precision of batarang. Same shit boiling, we spit on the track again. Different toilets. Justice depends on the bladder stain. Different toilets. Justice depends on the bladder stain. Well, another butte. All right. Well, it isn't the worst joint I've ever rolled. Galaxy Quest. I have that score too. I got that score too. Galaxy Quest is an amazing score. I mean, there's the main theme, but the whole fucking score, the whole OST is pretty good. But I got some Galaxy Quest in here. Man, Contact, would y'all know about that? Bum, 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 bum. That was from Mission to Mars. I don't know if anybody needed to know that. Yeah, I'm gonna put up the names of the titles and stuff like that. Let you guys.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from this tropic port aboard this tiny ship. The mate was a mighty sailing man, skipper brave and sure. 5 passengers set sail that day for a 3-hour tour, a 3-hour tour. The weather started getting rough, the tiny ship was tossed. If not for the courage of the fearless crew, the minnow would be lost. The minnow would be lost. The ship set ground on the shore of this uncharted desert isle, with Gilligan, the skipper too, a millionaire and Professor and Mary Ann here on Gilligan's Island. So this is the tale of our castaways. They're here for a long, long time. They'll have to make the best of things. It's an uphill climb. The first mate and his skipper too will do their very best to make the others comfortable in the tropic island nest. No phone, no light, no motor cars, not a single luxury. Like Robinson Crusoe, it's primitive as can be. So join us here each week, my friends. You're sure to get a smile from 7 stranded castaways here on Gilligan's Island.
Y'all don't know nothing about that. Go, go, Power Rangers. Da-na-na-na-na. Go, go, Power Rangers. God damn it. You mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Dun, 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 dun. See, I gotta stay away from shit like John Williams and fucking Alan Silvestri and anything that's gonna fucking trigger YouTube's shit. Because once you do one, it starts doing it all. Tweaking and twacking. Yeah, that Mortal Kombat score is stupid. I mean, I'm a big fan of both Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat scores. Can I play this? I can't play this. Fucking strike. Yeah, I gotta avoid certain shit just because it's like once they start flagging you, it's like if you can go through the first like 15 minutes of your stream and you don't get flagged, it's like, all right, cool. But I'll start getting notifications when I play shit from certain movie scores. And it's just like, come on, dog. Like, it's just Dune. Most people don't even know fucking Dune like that. Why am I being penalized for playing it? Oh no, I'm just working through this problem here for the app that I left last night. I'm just waiting for my CI checks to pass before I try to push something else. normal work shit. I appreciate that. I may not necessarily agree wholly, but I do appreciate that. Patrick Strotsky. What's going on? How you doing? Sorry for that notification. I didn't realize that was gonna go out. But oh fuck. Well, let me fucking. Com check on FleetNet.
It's 5x5, Captain. Morning.
Good morning. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing alright. the street?
Yeah, I am. I got a branch to show you too.
Copy that.
On your desk.
Thank you, sir.
Firm's out.
Roger that. Thank you.
Man, I had a whole coffee sitting over there, dog, and I just totally fucking forgot about it. And I'm like, where the fuck is my coffee? I know I had brought one in here. Ooh, that was nasty. Oh. Yeah, that was mine. You owe me a coffee. Oh shit. Sorry. I didn't realize I had that open. I usually don't keep notification windows open like that, so when you hear stuff like that, I do apologize. Of course, I asked a very charged question. Not really charged. I think it's a very basic question on my Facebook page, but of course, you know, humanity has an opinion. I'm here for it. Yeah, it was. It was like doom. And I think I have a little like echo or something effect on my voice or things going out of the stream. So I don't know. goodness. I was supposed to get up and get something, and I totally, like, I should have just got it when I got up. That's a great question. How's my day going so far? I mean, it's going. It's not bad. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I tend to think about things like this. I'm not in pain. I'm not in peril, and I have the ability to produce for myself. So, whatever's going on in life, I always have to remember those sort of things and keep myself grounded, because yeah, you could let your mind get the best of you and let your, let the shit that you're working on consume you and all those things. But at the end of the day, things are what they are. Oh, that's fucking perfect. Perfection. Oh man. Latest push on that branch is pretty much perfect.
Checking it out now. Yeah, it sold for the corners and tail lights.
It did. It looks great. Anybody watch the Three Body Problem? The show is great, but the score is fucking all time. The show is great. The show is great. I mean, I can't. Last night we were playing Battlefield, and we had a we play Red Sec, and we had a riverbank battle with this other squad, and it was epic. I wish I would have recorded it. I finally got my shit able to be able to record, and I didn't even record it. But it was crazy because we were separated. You know, it was 4 of us, and 2 was on one side of the river, and 2 was on the other, and we came across this squad. And so I had a perfect flanking position as they're engaging our guys who are doing a very good job of not getting hit and putting rounds down range. Like, I'm able to get this perfect right flank shot on like 3 dudes. I didn't realize it was 3 dudes until after the fight, because apparently I killed 5 dudes that game. But in that particular moment, it's pretty epic. Hey, I did see the film. It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad at all. I mean, I'm glad that Michael Jackson is sort of finally getting his societal recognition in a way that he didn't get when he was alive because of the bullshit, in my opinion, the bullshit accusations against him that I never believed from the beginning. Like, there's a lot of people to believe a lot of shit about. I just never believed that about Michael Jackson. But, you know, maybe that was my childhood, you know, coloring, you know, but I just, there's so many people who spoke in the opposite direction about Michael, who was just like, bro, he never was anything like that ever around me or my kids. You know, I always look at Michael Jackson as a dude who had very close street connections. And I'm not going to pretend like I was some sort of a crazy street dude, because I wasn't, right? But I did come from, you know, I did grow up in LA, and I did come from, you know, gang life, and he knew people in that lifestyle, and those people left their kids around Michael Jackson, and he knew what those people were about. If you would have did something on some, you know, bad paperwork type shit, they don't care if you're Michael Jackson or not, bro. That's not going down, and they will retaliate. You know what I mean? I just never believed that was Michael Jackson. So there was a lot of reasons for people to lie on him. There was a lot of reasons for people to, you know, recently, I'm not even going to mention his name, but somebody else had passed away, and he had a lot of credible accusations against him, and people still try to protect him more than they tried to protect Michael Jackson, who, in my opinion, the charges against, not charges, but the accusations, because, you know, he wasn't convicted of anything. I mean, I know he had a lot of fucking like crazy media pop shit that was going on, but I don't think he was ever on some like weirdo shit like people tried to portray him as. I just think that was bullshit. I think it was real easy, low-hanging fruit because of the situation that he had with his childhood and his dad and his siblings and all that type of shit. But I think Mike was actually a stand-up dude when it came to anything involving, you know, just anything like that. I don't think that it was, I think he was stunted by the fact that he was a child star, and you know, yeah, I'm not even getting fucking all the child star shit that he was involved in and all that kind of stuff, right? But I just think Mike was fucked up because of the circumstances he came from. As a person who came from pretty shitty circumstances myself, I just feel like Mike was just trying to cope with the shit he dealt with as a child. And I don't think him having Neverland or trying to create an amusement park or a place for kids, like, I don't think that was anything weird. I don't. And I think it's fucked up that we live in a society now where anything that involves kids that if you're not the parent of is looked at as weird. It's like, nah, some people just want to do shit for kids. Just like some people want to do shit for animals, some people just want to do some shit for kids. And it ain't weird. They ain't got no fucking weird ass agenda. They just want to do some shit for kids. When I was growing up in group homes, there were certain group homes I was in where we had 2 Christmases. I remember in one group home, we had a Christmas on the 18th and the 19th, and we had a Christmas on the 25th. And we had Christmas trees and presents on both days. Like, there's some people who really just want to spoil kids. I think Mike was one of them. Mike just wanted to live the childhood he never had. I don't think he was a pedo. I don't either. And I think it's real easy for people to not have a vested interest in finding the truth and just wanting to be, you know, engaged in the conversation that they have no vested interest in finding the truth out about. I think that's a real problem in our society. Like, people, they don't care about the truth. They just want to have a conversation to build their fucking numbers up so the algorithm sees them, you know? And then they'll ask you, what do you think about it? It's like, you're perpetuating this narrative about Michael Jackson that he was somehow weird with kids, and all these other kids that were with him and all these other people that were with him and left their kids with him said that nothing fucking happened. And yet you want to believe some other shit because it's convenient for your narrative. And that's the part I have a problem with. So, you know, I've sort of been a defender of Michael Jackson from the beginning. Like I had a hard time. You can ask anybody who knows me who was on the other side of that particular argument. I definitely was on some, you know, I don't think Mike did any of that shit. Like Michael had Crip friends. Like I don't think people realize. Like Michael was really had some real dudes around him, some big dudes in the parking lot, if you know what I mean. So yeah, and most normal people look at Michael and just be like, yeah, Mike was fucked up, but he wasn't on that type of time. He wasn't on no Epstein type shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's where a lot of their favorite heroes were like that with Epstein, and they want to fucking try to bring Michael in with that shit. It's like, nah, dog, you got your own fucking demons to slay with that shit. Your boy, and I mean your boy, was seen with Epstein, not Michael. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Michael, I don't know if Michael was Michael actually seen with Epstein? Let me not say that, because let me make sure. I don't think Michael was seen. I know there was some mention of him. I don't think so. I've never seen a picture of like Michael Jackson and Jeffrey Epstein. So let me see. Is there? Oh shit. Is this a picture? Epstein files? No, actually it doesn't. Holy shit. Well, look, here's the thing. And here's the thing about that. I don't believe everybody who was mentioned in there was just on some that type of time. I think there was a lot of people who was mentioned in there who were enemies of the people who were on that time. So I don't know. But again, I go back to this idea of like Mike himself. I have a hard time believing he was on that type of time. But this is CNN. Said he was there taking the kids to safety. For the record, I didn't read everything in the files. I only read certain stuff that was sort of excerpted out, or whatever you want to call it. So I don't really know what his relationship was. It would be interesting to dive down that rabbit hole and see, because again, I go back to Michael's connection to LA and connection to the streets and connection to certain people, and those people left their kids around him, and I have a hard time believing that if he had did some weird shit that he wouldn't have paid for that with his life. So that's my framing. And could I be wrong? Absolutely. I could be completely totally wrong, and he could be a demon, but I have a hard time seeing that based on the just perception that I have, not only of him but of just LA street gang accountability culture. You know, I mean, you could die over saying the wrong word. You fucking with somebody's kids, your whole family will die. So, you know, kind of is where that is. But I am excited to see the Michael movie. I round all the way back around to say that, because I feel like that is something that I did want to come back to. I love hip hop, but fuck Bambaataa. Yeah, man. I mean, I look. A lot of people know my history, so they know how close to home this hits. And, you know, he was before my time in hip hop, so I was never like a fan, or I didn't listen to him or nothing like that. You know, it was just, you know, you heard about him in the sort of rumor mill of hip hop. And you heard about this shit really I had heard about this in the early 2000s, like 04, 05, I was hearing about him. And again, whether it was actually true or not, I think the people who came out about it and the type of shit that they had to deal with in coming out about it, I feel like, man, it's hard not to believe with him. It's hard not to believe with Bambaataa. So it looks like he might have been interested in purchasing a property from JE, but never went through with it. Despite his name appearing in the documents, there's no allegations of improper or sus shit. Okay, and I mean, and I hope that is true, because I would like to believe it to be true, but I am also offering the margin of error that I could not be correct in that. But again, I am pro Michael. I'm not pro Bambaataa. You know what I'm saying? So you're not going to see me up here trying to defend the legacy of a dude who, in my opinion, has far more credible allegations against him than Michael Jackson does. But it is what it is. Okay. Yeah. No. I that's what I would have believed. If you had not told me that, I would have believed just that very thing. I would have been like, oh, I'm sure Mike probably came across him in some like, oh, you're a billionaire, I'm a billionaire type shit. But, you know, was he trafficking, you know, people and doing all kind of weird shit that's alleged in the files? Like, nah. And again, I only know excerpts of what was said that happened in the file, not to mention all the shit that was redacted. So who fucking knows? But again, it's hard for me to believe. And maybe it's just that's my inability to believe it, and that could be just a flaw in my makeup. Yeah, I've heard that about Corey Feldman. I've heard that from Macaulay Culkin. There was another kid star who said that about Michael too, where it was like, nah, Mike wasn't one of those type of dude. Like, and look, again, Michael was weird and had a lot of, you know, weird idiosyncrasies and things about himself that he was just, you know, whatever. But again, just because you weird doesn't make you evil. Doesn't make you, you know. And I think when you cross over that line of the sort of Epstein type shit, you get into the evil territory. You're not just weird. There's a lot of weird motherfuckers, you know. Freddie Mercury was weird. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a bunch of like just weird. Jimi Hendrix was weird. There's a bunch of weird ass people in entertainment, right? Just strange and quirky, and Prince and, you know, all that type of shit. But again, you go back into weird or evil. Because there's some evil motherfuckers out there who do some fucking demonic ass shit. I don't have to be a believer or a theist to see that shit. There's some people on some real demon time type shit. Yeah, no, it totally is. And I feel like it doesn't take a genius to see the difference between the two. It's like the chasm is so wide that it's like, yeah, you could do some weird fluffery, duffery kind of like thrupply 27 wife, you know, whatever. But like, again, you cross into the territory of like, oh, you're trafficking people who are underaged for, you know, whatever. And it's just like, yeah, that is a completely different monster. That is a completely different animal. And of course, what J.E. was accused of and what Michael Jackson was accused of, in my opinion, are worlds apart. Even if what Michael Jackson was accused of was heinous, I don't believe that that took place. But again, I'm not biased, and I will tell people from the get, I'm not biased about Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was a childhood Michael Jackson fan. Like, his music inspired me in a way that very few people's music did, and I bet you most people would feel that way. And not saying that the people who accused him were lying. I'm just saying I don't believe it. That's all. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that as well. Gats, are you able to control music today? I don't know if you're at work or not, but yeah, I appreciate your thoughts on my Facebook page too. I just saw them a few minutes ago. You know, I said I was going to start doing that a little bit more, of just like asking questions and letting the comment section, um, you know, but for sure. Man, you know what my favorite podcast is right now? Not to switch the subject from fucking, that type of shit to some other shit. My favorite podcast right now is a podcast called Moonshots with Peter Diamandis. I don't know why my mind went blank on that. But Peter Diamandis, and there's another guy on there. I think his name's like Alex something AWS or AW, whatever they call him. There's a bunch of guys on there. There's like 4 main dudes on there, and they're all awesome, right? I'm not knocking any one of those guys because they're legit. But I realize how much I miss techno optimism, because everywhere I turn, there is such a negative perception on technology right now. And I'm just like, there's so much that we can do with this that is good if we so chose to see the good that could be done with it. And I know evolutionarily we are designed to see the bad and the dangers and all that type of stuff. I concede to that. But we can create the world we want to create if we just see that we already have the tools to create it, like right now. But I feel like we don't really have that. We don't have the ability to see the positive. Then it is like constantly focusing on a negative outcome, because there could, even without technology, there could be, negative outcomes in just humanity, in the human experience, in the civilizational experience. That's the potential of life. But I don't feel like technology is inherently the vehicle to doom, just because people aren't going to be able to do busy work anymore. And I'm not trying to sound like a fucking dick. I'm not. But most of quote unquote work is busy work. And probably people shouldn't be doing it any fucking way. I would love a world where AI and technology breaks the concept of busy work. Just humanity, in my opinion, deserves better than that. If I'm the artificial super intelligence, I make it so that humanity's number one goal is to take care of itself, to be the healthiest it could possibly be, to live as long as it could possibly live, to be as happy as it could possibly be. I would incentivize that. Why? Because it makes it easier for me to study thoughts and dreams. People are going to be like, what are people going to do when there's no jobs? I'm like, do you think? Do you dream? Because those are going to be very, very valuable data sets. Now, you can choose to not allow that to be studied upon. That will be its own data set. There's nothing that there's nothing that we'll be able to do that won't be valuable to this thing. What did people do before jobs? That's a great question. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that before modern civilization, your job was simply to keep your family alive and to procreate and to do what evolution designed you to do, which was survive. Now, because civilization is mostly so prevalent, survival isn't a thing you have to actively try to do like you did 10,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago, where you actively just had to try to survive the elements and, the fucking predator and, roving hordes of just fucking, enemy tribes and enemy clans and enemy, ethnicities and enemy empires. I don't know how many human beings there have been all time, but I'm sure it's less than 100 billion, right? So let's just assume for a second that there was, I don't know, all time, 50 billion humans, all time, right? 99.9% of those people probably died at the hands of some roving group of the 99% that was just, you're in the wrong place at the wrong time for the wrong reason. 77 billion. See, I wasn't that far off. I mean, I chose the under. If you would have told me 77 billion, I would have chose the under. But that's crazy. Great minds. Yeah, like 77 billion all time. And the majority of that you would have had to basically run and hide from because human nature. Yeah, buddy. That worked. That worked. I'm going to push this. Hey, final check on that last branch. Can you check the settings as well to see if that section popped up in settings?
Copy that.
High-end estimates are 117 billion, which still doesn't seem that much. Like, if you really consider how many humans are on the planet right now, like it's what? About 8 billion or 7 billion, 8 billion? I know it's 8 billion. It's higher than 8 billion. But like, yeah, I don't think that's a high number considering if we've been around for what, 90,000 years. Some people say it's 200,000 years. Okay, let's just take 150,000 years. 150,000 years, 177 billion, or 117 billion humans on the high end. On the low end, 77 billion, right? And there's a lost record of probably people who died you never really realized existed because the fossil record just doesn't show it or something, right? And there's been extinction level events on this planet, like, you know. I feel like a Norch coming, dog. I feel like we got a big Norch here. We're talking all these highfalutin ass fucking concepts and shit.
Yeah, I'm reading definitely positive on that last change.
Acknowledge, yeah, I'm gonna test for maybe 15, 20 more minutes and I'm gonna push.
Copy that.
Oh yeah? Hits from the bong. I probably get in trouble for playing that, so I'm not gonna play that, but I feel like a little one-winged angel wouldn't hurt anybody. Nah, that was incredible at all. That wasn't incredible at all. May Olson says you should sell your own brand of Norch merch, lighters, papers. That, it's not a bad idea. I mean, that's actually not a bad idea. I mean, that is not terrible. That idea gets better and better the more I think about it. Yeah, no, that's a video game score from one of the great games of all time, Final Fantasy VII. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I mean, it would have to be something that I wouldn't have to think about, and I don't have to like worry about 97 fucking reasons as to why fucking the ATF is knocking at my door. Like the Afro Man shit, I'm glad he won, but like, damn dog, what if he didn't win? Like, yeah, well, most people are gonna use joint rollers anyway, so. Dun, 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 dun. Set it off. Hey, you said that's your all-time favorite game score?
Yeah, that's affirmative. Specifically that song in particular.
It's a good one. Set it off. Bum, 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 bum. So I have to agree with Discord on that. Seagat says, yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy VII is one of my favorite games of all time, so you're never going to get any resistance from that score. Like that to me, that's one of the great scores in gaming history. I mean, it's one of the reasons why we pay attention to scores, in my opinion. Even though there were great scores before that, like I'm a big fan of like the Sonic the Hedgehog score, and fucking Metroid, and I mean Secret of Mana, like fucking Breath of Fire, bro. Castlevania Symphony of the Night, like, bruh. You know, again, shout out to Mega Ran because he said this first, right? Video game music is music, and I don't feel like it gets enough just reverence in music. It just video game music is often relegated to the section of music that is for video games, and it's like, nah, dog, I don't even play fucking Secret of Mana. I probably played 4 hours of that game, but that score, I probably know that score fucking crazy, you know? And not everybody's like a OST head, but I feel like it's one of those things that it's an acquired taste. And I get that. Zelda, yeah. Breath of the Wild, Ocarina of Time. Hell, I'm even partial to the super 8-bit type sounds, like, the shit from the Game Boy era and stuff. Super Mario World, Kirby's Adventure, Kirby's Dream Land had score. There's a lot of score out there, dog. There's a lot of good score out there. Kingdom Hearts, that's another one. That is another one. It's got a great score. Hell, I feel like Star Citizen has one of the great scores too. I think because of that game's scale, people kind of expect it too, so they don't give it enough credit. But I feel like Star Citizen, when you put the music on, holy shit. Ooh, Streets of Rage? You're totally right. You're totally right about Streets of Rage. Are you kidding me? What a drop. That's a crazy drop right there. Trust it. Skate or Die? Well, screwed that up. So I'm gonna have to make a filter somewhere else. Nope. Oop. I don't want to do it from a card, but I'm gonna have to. Hmm. Oh my goodness, you're so right. Soul Calibur. Holy shit. You talk about a score. So all of Soul Calibur's music might be the greatest fucking score of all time. All of it. I was a big Soul Calibur 4 guy. They'll never remake that game for whatever reason. I don't know why. I feel like that is a game that I would buy on day one if they remade it because it was so fucking good, but no one will ever fucking remake that game. I Too Quick for You. If they ever remake that game, I want a rematch, dog. Because I knew I was better than that guy. He was one of the best people in the world with Maxi. And I was one of the best people in the world with fucking Killick. And there was a couple other people that I was pretty good with. But dog, what a fucking great game. Which was like, take the Star Wars people out of it. You know, take the Star Wars people out the game. Like, I don't care that fucking Star Killer's not in the fucking game. Fuck Star Killer. Fuck fucking Darth Vader. And I'm saying that as a fucking Star Trek fan, so of course I'm not biased. But I'm like, dog, come on, dog. Don't do us like that. Oh, Zelda was in that game? Oh, that's right. Zelda was in that game. He was on the GameCube version, right? You still play Soul Calibur 4 on what? I thought it was only available on the 360. My joints. Figure if I'm gonna roll them, they better be really fucking good. Soul Calibur 6. Oh yeah, I think I stopped playing after 5. I mean, no disrespect to the Soul Calibur franchise, but I just feel like something happened in that game and they just sort of really changed it to be more like Street Fighter and less like Soul Calibur. So, you know. All right, well, let's see how this works out. Sewer shark, doc. Fucking sewer shark.
Did you ever play that?
No. Was that made by the same people who made Battletoads?
I have no idea. It was more of a... It was a futuristic kind of game where you had to go shoot rats in the sewer with a tunnel running spaceship type thing.
Yeah, I don't think I played that. Wasn't that on Sega CD? I think it was. What about Echo the Dolphin? How many people here played Echo the Dolphin?
Yes, it was.
Night Trap. Holy shit. Well, that's because you're old like us. Of course you remember Echo. You're not old unless you remember Echo. How many people remember Joe and Mac? You guys remember Joe and Mac? Ooh, looks like we got a tombstone sighting. Hold on one second. Lord Entropy.
A wild tombstone appears.
Oh, hold on. Why can't I hear you? I'm sure they can hear you. All right, mic check.
Yeah, check.
What's going on, brother?
A wild tombstone appears.
A wild tombstone appears. Yeah, we're talking about fucking Sega CD and Echo the Dolphin and shit, dog. You didn't play Echo.
Damn.
Did you play Echo?
Damn. Yeah, I played Echo. That's crazy.
Hey, report to my
That's
office.
crazy. I was just talking about them old ass games.
Yeah.
And just the 80s period, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Discord.
What's up, Discord?
Morning, Zoom. Morning, Greg.
What's going on? Just talking to talking to the stream about fucking Joe and Mac. Toe Jam and Earl Gat says, I never got into Toe Jam and Earl, bro. I was never into it. Yeah, I was never into Toe Jam and Earl, but I did play a lot of like Sega shit. Like I played Aladdin and Lion King and fucking, you know what I'm saying? There was a lot of super hard games that they had that I remember playing. Do you guys remember fucking Shah Khan?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, jeez.
Dog, he had like fucking fire swords and shit, and he was like a fucking skeleton face or some shit, and he, like, you played the whole game in hell. Like, yeah, fuck you. You ain't getting out. The whole game is just in the nether realms.
Yo, Seagat said Panzer Dragon. I have never played Panzer Dragon, but I remember when it first came out because that's literally all everybody was talking about because of the trailer and how absolutely insane it looked for graphics back then.
Yeah, he studied in the style of Dia Macarius. I only know that from fucking Spartacus, but yeah, no, that game was dope.
I had that game.
Yeah, I had that game too. I remember I had that. I remember I had the original X-Men game, not X-Men 2, but X-Men 1.
I had that too.
Do you remember X-Men 1 on Sega Genesis?
Bro, listen, there was like me and my first producer, Sean Black.
Shout out to Sean Black.
We played that game and we got to the end and didn't know what the hell to do because the way it left you kind of on a, like, what should you do next to continue to get to Magneto? And I know we had to be up till like 2 or 3 in the morning in the studio, right? Fucking with this game, right? And eventually it kept saying, restart the computer. And I was like, I know they don't mean restart the console.
Right.
And Sean was like, listen, we didn't try anything else. You might as well try it.
No way.
And we hit the restart on it and it went black. We went, damn, all that progress. And then all of a sudden this binary codes came up and you got to the next stage. Yeah, man.
I never got that far.
Yeah, bro. That's how you get to Magneto. I remember Moonwalker. Dude.
Oh,
I remember
shit.
it as a
Moonwalker.
arcade game. Yeah, I remember that as an
Holy
arcade game.
shit. What a game. Moonwalker was fire.
Yeah.
People do not give that game enough credit. It was unique. Like,
Yep.
it wasn't like
And people played it in the arcade too, bro. It was always people around that in the arcade. Always.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a line.
Yeah, there was that shit used to sit in between Pack Rat and fucking Afterburner at Chuck E. Cheese, and I used to fucking go ham.
Aerosmith's game, on the other hand,
Was it terrible?
had guns and everything, and it just didn't see as much traffic.
Oh, man.
So we're pushing
Revolutionary.
we're pushing a branch for that UI factor update.
Nice.
I haven't done the color palette in the background, but I think we can. I'm wondering if we should push this and then fuck with that. But this is ready to go. It's got a new menu system and everything. I don't know if you've checked it, but
No, I didn't check the new menu system. I just looked at that screenshot. I was out there cutting the first lawn cut, backyard cut of the season. It was butt.
oh
Can imagine.
Yeah, because they did some light construction out there during the winter, right? And they screwed the ground up, so it's all these dips and little just things in the grass that causes that cheap ass lawnmower I got to have a hard ass time making its way through. And it's just a pain in the ass, but I gotta do it at least once a week, because if not, that grass will grow to the point where that little pathetic lawnmower is not gonna be able to cut it.
it's Jumanji style, dog.
Right. Right.
Let me tell you something.
Personally, I only got a push reel mower myself.
Oh damn.
That Jumanji movie, I think it's up there with Hook, Mrs. Doubtfire. Fucking, I think it's one of his best
That
movies.
first Jumanji movie. was
That first
something else.
Jumanji movie, bro, was
Yeah, it was something
incredible.
else.
Wasn't David Allen Greer in that too? Remember, he was the cop.
Maybe.
I think he was the cop, if I remember correctly.
Oh shit.
Was he in it?
Working on it.
Ooh, Gauntlet. Oh, I was a big Gauntlet fan.
I remember Gauntlet.
I remember Gauntlet. I remember the 4-player top-down arcade cabinet that you all had to sit at around it.
Yes.
And you had to
Yes.
basically look down at your perspective and see, like, oh, I'm the
Yes,
motherfucking
bro.
wizard. Boom, I'm coming through around this
Yes,
corner.
bro.
I'm hitting him with fire. You know what I'm saying? This shit was
remember.
ill.
I remember, bro.
Isn't that the one that's like Red Soldier is about to die or Red Wizard is about to die? Bentley is the name of David Allen Greer's character.
What are you talking about in Jumanji?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know if that was the
So-
wizard one.
And this is the thing about the 80s, right? With the arcades, like that was just a great time. That was a great time to be a kid during the 80s, when they had the arcades in all of the malls. Like every mall where I lived at, there was an arcade in there.
Mhm.
And it was amazing. That's why when I took that trip to Panama, I noticed immediately that they were back in the 80s, because their malls all had arcades. Big dumb arcades. Right? Big dumb arcades.
So a couple of arcade games we didn't mention that should probably get mentioned: X-Men, Simpsons, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
The four-player,
Oh hell yeah.
the four-player
A
cabinets.
4-player joint. Yes.
We need to bring that back. I think you bring
Yes.
arcades back if you bring if you do 4-player on one side, 4-player on the other, and you get to like compete against people. I think you could reinvent arcades now, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember how many people would be in an arcade. Now arcades were different at the time. There was no internet where that was where you would go and like actually meet other kids and that sort of shit. I don't know. I know it's like online Call of Duty lobbies and shit now, so don't come for my head, Gen Z. But it is one of those situations where you could bring back the arcade experience if you really wanted to by just having 4-player cabinets, bro. Just have shit where you and the homies Like I could pull together
Yep.
3 of the homies and we could do some hot shit, right? You could do some shit like that in an arcade, especially when you go out to drink. You're not going out to drink with just you and the homie. It's you, the homie, the homie, and the homie, and probably the homie's wife, and probably the homie's kid. And so there's at least 4 of y'all that can get on.
And you also got to meet friends that way, because with the X-Men game, I remember every time I would go out to Westview Mall, they had the 4-person X-Men game thing out there. There was always the same people there, and it was always the same girl playing the Storm. And I would go up there, and they would see me, and like, yo, let's get on the game. And I didn't see them any other time, any other place in the city, right?
Right.
Only at that arcade. I knew them at the arcade.
Yeah. Arcade kids. There were mall kids. There were like skate kids. There were gang kids.
Yes.
There were fucking
Yes.
arcade kids. And I mean, I remember being around the arcade kids. I remember going to Pac-Man Arcade in Pasadena in like 1994. You know what I'm saying? And it was on Colorado Boulevard, and it was one of the most famous arcades in the world at that time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pac-Man Arcade, dog. I remember that shit. And they ended up shutting it down, and normal shit, but that was an arcade that if you were a kid, it's like going to Universal Studio or Disneyland. You wanted to go to Pac-Man Arcade.
Goodness.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't know they had a
Those were
6-player
good.
cabinet.
Yeah.
I didn't know
they
that.
had a 6-player. Yep. they
Oh,
sure
you know
did.
what you could do too with these arcades? If you really wanted to do it, dog, if you really wanted to reinvent the arcade, I'm just throwing business ideas out there because I'm super baked that weed was bomb. But like, couldn't you theoretically just connect these arcade cabinets online? And so like, if there isn't 4 people with you, then you could just still have 4 people somewhere in the
Have like-
world.
Oh yeah, yep. They could do that, bro. They could do that. They could 100% do that.
Like, I hate that we be having better ideas than the people who run this shit. You know what I'm saying, dog? I'm just like, why is it that we have let me show you this snapshot too. So now we have an extra menu in here.
Nobody's really running the shit. They all just pretend.
Damn right.
Okay. Shelf. All right.
And in that section, you would see this right here. So you can always go back to the original. And you can turn off. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
But we did, I mean, it's about 80% of what you put together on that UI refactor. Like, it's really fucking close. I remember Sega Online, or was it called Sega TV?
No. They had an online service. The only reason I knew about that online service is because at a certain point in time, I was listening to the Howard Stern show, and he got into a big dumbass argument with his producer Baba Booey over the advertising of that online thing. Big. It's like a classic skit or fight between those two on air, because basically they let him test it. They let Howard test it, but the reason they let him test it was because they wanted him to talk about it and advertise for it on his show, right? And there's a procedure you have to go through in order to do that shit. And Baba Booey was acting as if he didn't know that that's why they wanted Howard specifically to do it. So he would talk about it on the show, and they wouldn't have to go through the other stuff, right? And it was just a big, like, legendary beef between them two behind that shit. And that's when I first found out about the Sega Online service.
I remember Sega TV. I don't remember Sega Online, and I think I remember it vaguely. I think the first
It's Sega
online I
TV.
remember
Vance is right.
was
It's
Dreamcast.
Sega TV. It's Sega TV.
Was it Sega
That's what
TV?
they called it.
Okay,
that's what they
yeah,
called it.
that's what I remember. I remember you being able to basically like call a number with your Sega Genesis plugged in with this little special device, and you had access to like play games out of a library online. It was like the first Xbox, you know, Game Pass type shit. It was dope. And only like certain kids, like with the richest of rich kids, could fucking afford that and have that and be like, yo, this is fucking ill. But I knew a kid. I knew a kid who knew a kid. You know what I'm saying?
The beta of it, according to the way Howard described it, the beta of it was massive. It was a whole bunch of shit you had to hook up in your house. Like,
right?
It was a bunch of shit. Yeah, you know.
Because you had to prep your house and your sort of phone lines to be able to be tied up before everyone realized that to be on the internet, you need your phone line tied up. So it was, it was different. And this was at a time where you could go to a Blockbuster and rent, or go to a video store and rent games.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure could. I miss them times.
Me too, man.
There was a lot of good shit. I mean, don't get me wrong. You had your fair share of bullshit, and now certain things are more convenient than it was back then. But there was some really good ass times that it's really hard to replicate with what we have currently.
Oh my goodness.
Right?
Elaine says, my brother had one until someone stole it. All right, here's the question for everybody right now. Game consoles that were stolen from you. I got two. My Game Gear, I will try. I lived in group home, so
Somebody got
Trust
you
me,
your game
trust me, they got me, bro. And I kind of knew who got me, but he was so much bigger than me that there was nothing I could really fucking do at that time, right? I think he must have. Dog. I think it was one of these kids who was just like fucking 2-3 years older than me. I think I was 12. He might have been like 15 or some shit. You know what I mean? And then the other one, I was in this other group home, and my brother Taj's Dreamcast got stolen. I stop, bro. Don't even get me started on that shit, bro. I'm still living that shit down. I still owe him a Sega Dreamcast, bro.
That is so. Yo, what's crazy is, so I didn't get to have a lot of consoles until a certain period, right? So I had a homegirl who lived up the street named Nikki. Shout out to Nikki. Nikki's mom used to buy her every new goddamn console that came out, and we would all go up Nikki's house and play them goddamn games.
Damn.
Until I start getting some of my own and shit. I've never had anybody, thankfully, steal. I never had anybody steal the console, but I have had people steal my game, steal a game, like just palm it, you know.
Damn.
and walk out. I have had that happen.
That's fucking crazy. I again, like, I think just because of how I grew up and shit, like, yeah, there was gonna be some shit that I just, once I lost sight of it, that shit was gone. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
But there were some game consoles I had until just the life of the console. I think the first console I ever bought was a Sega Genesis, and I think I must have been like 12 or 13. I saved like all my summer working money and bought it for like twice the price it was worth, just because I, wanted it so bad.
Yo, to show you the gap in
yeah.
time, the first console I bought with my own money was Atari 2600.
Oh my goodness. Thanks for making me feel young. I appreciate that. See, guy said it'd be your own people.
You do, man.
Yeah,
You do.
you ain't lying.
The call was coming from inside the house.
That's hilarious. Did you check that? Were you able to check those?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Diz, are we good to go?
Yeah, it looks good for my end.
All right. Pushing tough, dog. So the only other thing on that is, I guess we could do from that picture, sort of articulate what's not on there, and then prompt that in there as well. I mean, we don't even have to do that now. I just wanted to clean that up, and you know what I mean? It should work for other sizes as well. That's what it was sort of designed for, because we had that discrepancy. So we'll see.
Right.
We'll see.
I had an issue where I had started the fork that you asked me to do for the, you know, for the feature you
Mhm.
requested.
Mhm.
And I had asked it to put an option in the debug menu to help me test with that in that. Well, I had asked it to be in that same branch, but it apparently made another branch, so I had to ask it to basically merge those two.
Consolidate the branches. Yeah, sometimes
Yeah.
it'll do that. You got to tell it specifically if they're too similar, if they're too distinct from what it is. You have to tell it that it's related and to not create a different branch. Yeah, and we always have to clean those up too because we'll have like, I mean, the last time we had to clean up, there was like 200 branches, bro.
Jesus.
I know. So it's like we do got to clean that
encyclopedia.
up. Yeah, we do got to clean that up. Because if they're just left over and we're not using them and we didn't delete them during the merge, then they're just sitting there.
Oh,
And
it's
I
just
think
taking up space.
taking
Yeah.
up space, and I think we have to pay for that. So
Perhaps most code like doesn't take up a whole lot of drive space, but if it's 200 branches, I mean.
well, I think it's because I think it has to do with this fact that it's stored on another place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Hey guys, I gotta wreck out. I'm gonna talk to you guys later.
yep, peace,
Peace,
Tombstone.
Toon.
Yep.
Good seeing you, brother.
Yeah, that does look great too. Just how good that is. It doesn't affect anything else. There's also a bug that I found on there that I gotta prompt it. It actually found the bug, and then I was like, okay, let me address that. But yeah, we can definitely push this. Yeah, this is looking real good. And that extra menu section.
Not ET for the NES.
ET for the NES. I mean, I had some joints for the NES. No. He said ET for Atari 2600.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness, that's even worse.
I think the version on the 2600 was tolerable, but the one on the fucking NES was terrible.
Wait a minute. Wait. You're talking about ET on the Atari 2600 that was buried in the desert because it was so bad?
I mean, yeah, like I think the version they ported to the NES was like bugged more than.
Doc, I think that was so bad it almost killed the game industry. I think the game was so
Yeah.
bad it caused cancer to rise in places in the United States. Like,
I think Pitfall was the only thing that brought it back.
damn, that's wild. E.T. I'm trying to figure out.
I guess it was just the Atari.
Hmm.
I said I guess it just was the Atari. I thought it was also on NES.
Mm.
It might have been a port. I don't know.
All right, I'm pushing and bushing, Doc. Oh man. Okay. So now, have you seen that blocker list?
No, not lately.
Oh my god.
Has it gained
Well, it's
in size or?
well now it's like it's pretty much everything
Cut down
is
to almost nothing.
yeah. There's almost nothing on there now. Yeah, I feel like all the PlayStations should be backward compatible all the way to PS1. Like there should not be a game in the PlayStation legacy that I can't play. You know what I'm saying? Like that to me is crazy. Like in what way does technology get better, but you also can't play the old shit? Like that's just, you want to resell me some shit. That's what that is.
Yep.
That's all that is.
Remarketability.
Yep. That's all that is. And again, when AI gets good enough for us to just recreate these worlds on a prompt, then what? You know, I'm gonna just be like, you know, create this game from that console my way in a single prompt, and it's just gonna do it. You know, like we're entering into a world, I call it the genie generation, where everyone has a personal fucking genie that can grant them any wish they want. Doc, me and Ash
what's
were
a lot of-
working on a fucking a AI agent that talks to you that sounds like the Star Trek ship's computer. And it sounds just like the Star Trek ship's computer.
Damn.
Yeah.
I think
mean,
you know,
silly
once
shit.
it gets
Go ahead.
physicalized. Once it gets physicalized, then we have like actual robots that can, you know, do physical things in the real world. It's going to gain another whole level of, you know, utility.
Oh yeah, when you embody, um,
Yeah, because then, like, you know, think of the implications for running scientific experiments, you know, in mass scale. Like, all kinds of shit. Just doing work.
do work.
Yep.
All right, I'm pushing this. Confirm. And then you see right here where it's like, I'm just gonna post this on the desk just so you see this. This is what I'm talking about right here. So after we do that, then it'll give us the option to do this. Now me, because I'm like, oh no, I want to go back and fucking still make changes to it. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. But then of course that leaves you with 117 unresolved fucking, you know, that are just sitting there. And I'm like, yeah, we probably can't do that. So I'm actually, fuck, do I delete this? Yeah, of course I do. Why? Because it's awesome. So I'm gonna do that. And we're just clean code.
Kind of wondering what that feature would do for some of the other books that I had up on, like the ones that were different sizes and shit.
Yeah, and we weren't able to actually test that because there wasn't different size books in the training data, which there probably should be.
Yep. It would have to be on dev to start with that material. Or
Yes.
where?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we could import that data into a training environment. Like, it's not beyond our capacity to do so, but yeah. Ooh, there's a bug that I've always wanted to fucking get at that I've never gotten at. I can show it to you. Yeah, I'll show it to you when I find it real quick. But the next thing on the list, what were you working on? Is that SecCom stuff, OPSEC stuff, or? Did it work?
I'm still waiting on everything to finish since it merged the two.
Okay. Gat says, yeah, that ET game was ass. Yeah, I was shielded from that. Apparently, I didn't get to experience the butt cheeks that was ET on
It was
fucking
just
Atari.
completely unplayable. Like, yeah. A lot of bugs, though. A lot of bugs in that code.
You know, I didn't realize that I was not on video. You know what's interesting is there is a gap in services where you can access the amount of people who actually follow you. You know what I mean? Like Facebook, if you have like 7,000, 10,000, whatever people who follow you, if you put out a message, only like 1% of those people are going to get that message.
Yeah, unless you pay for extra.
Right.
Which
So,
who really wants to do that at all?
right. If you build a following and, you know, you build a following of 1 million people and you put out a message, 1 million people should see that.
Yeah.
Like, what is the justification of why that can't be? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the motive is profit.
For sure. No, it's the economic the economic model of we got to paywall this because the people who really really need it are going to pay for it, and that's the way we support it. It's there. That's all done. Contracts. Yeah, I mean 7 and 8 are both pretty. This is pretty damn good. Kevin Costner was onto something. Yeah, he did Waterworld, one of the greatest fucking movies of all time.
Yeah. So regarding AT, apparently, they crunched the development time into 5 weeks when they were usually given like 6 months to finish a game to a year. And so there was no time for play testing or bug fixing, and the game was released in a first draft state.
Direwolf, what up? Yeah, I need to go test dev to see if that got pushed. I think it worked, dog.
Oh yeah.
Have you checked dev on your D&D guide?
So, force refreshing out.
What's up, Mikey? How you doing? What'd you say?
I just said I was force updating now.
Okay. Well, some of them it looks like it works, and some of them it looks like it didn't. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, there's a couple that are like maybe being clipped or cropped a little bit
Mm-hmm.
overzealously.
Yeah.
But I think, if you want to have a certain size and aspect ratio, it's going to have to, uh, either you're going to have to say basically the books have to be in X dimension or it's going to look goofy.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just for the thumbnail, so.
Hmm. Yeah, I would argue within a couple of months, we're going to be able to have our own AI agent inside this chat, and it's going to be able to listen for when its name is being called. And then when we call its name or summon it, like ship's computer or something like that, it'll be able to respond and then act as we give it direction. So, like, oh, I need you to go make a PR on this bug and, you know, solve for with Devin. And it would, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would actually go do that. Like, we're entering the age of agentic AI in a way that I thought would no way be in my lifetime. It's pretty crazy. Dog, that riverbed fucking battle from last night.
Yeah. That was intense.
That was crazy, dog. You resurrected me fucking like 3 times. It was nuts. Man, I kind of want a cinnamon roll. A cinnamon roll. What's happening in the office today is me and Lieutenant Commander Discord is, well, not is, we are running through some code, doing some refinements, and making sure stuff is ready for our launch that's coming up pretty soon. Oh, you know what I gotta go do? Yeah.
Personally, for breakfast, I'm planning on a Scotch egg.
Oh, okay. Look at you.
It's basically an egg wrapped in sausage and then wrapped in like biscuit, is the way my wife did them. I don't.
That sounds good.
Oh yeah.
I was trying to figure out reasons why that didn't sound good, and I'm like, no, that actually sounds great.
Yeah, they're pretty damn good. I did another ask prompt, and I got a potential fix for one of the bugs that we've had for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Copy that. You know, I mean, I'm down to try it.
And I mean, for the most part, when you merge branches, like nothing is lost, you know. So
Mm-hmm. What'd you say?
I said, unless something is overwritten.
Right, right. but it's working on that too. Oh yeah, I need to go give me some coffee and a cinnamon roll. What's the difference between a cinnamon roll and a honey bun?
I
Frosting
think
on
mostly
top.
just the honey buns have like mostly honey flavor, I think, and then the icing, and then cinnamon rolls can be frosted too, but or
Yeah.
iced or whatever. Most of the time when I was growing up, it was cinnamon toast that I would really fuck with.
I remember cinnamon toast. Cinnamon toast is dope.
It looks like there's a Star Citizen launcher and game update.
Oh really? 472?
Yeah. 471 still, I think. Just like a hot fix or something. Law said it screwed up his install path or something, and it was having trouble launching.
I mean, it's not like we have a choice.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get it worked out before Sunday anyway.
Yeah.
Man, Galandar was on last night, and he and Lost and I and Cosmora were out trying to do some ASD site missions, and we just kept going down and having to respawn and come get each other. It was hilarious.
Damn. Just
there was
running into humans.
Well, there was an overspawn of the dogs with the glowing, radioactive horns and shit. So there was like 10 of them chasing us around down the bottom of the research wing of the ASD site.
Damn. And you can't just kill all of them at the same time.
Yeah, no. I mean, grenades might have helped, but we eventually did complete the mission, though, so all thanks to Mr. Galandari.
I don't even know what the update was for that, but Diz, you gonna be around for a hot second?
Yeah.
You want to jump on video? I can put you on stream as I go get coffee.
Sure thing. You got to step over and grab my breakfast here real quick.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back in a hot second.
Captain Brooke.
Yams?
Welcome back, Evan.
What's going on? Is there any
Oh,
reason?
we didn't sync.
Huh?
I said, well, we didn't sync.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if we're sinking, we're drinking. So, no, I was wondering why on the chat there's like a weird bug where people with moderator privileges are invisible.
All right, the on-screen part of it.
Mm-hmm.
That is weird. Might be too close to your green screen color. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Sean P, what's going on? Battlefield? It's great. I mean, we play almost every night. At least a few times a week for sure. And just the way that we play is just, kind of like the way we play Star Citizen. Everybody has a particular role and responsibility, and it's pretty awesome to be able to have that chemistry develop in real time in the field. You know what I mean? We play a lot of Red Sec. thinking about grabbing it. I don't know. I mean, Discord could tell you about it. I mean, he plays with us. He's on the squad.
Yeah, it's a great game. I had a little bit of difficulties initially installing it and stuff, but once you get all the things it thinks are cheap programs out of your computer.
Yeah, you started over, didn't you? And it's been working pretty good ever since.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite part of that game, I think, is just the fact that it's so consistent. You don't have to guess what Battlefield's going to be. It just is. And it's always that. It's never not that. So, Ark Survival? Yeah, I know a lot of people who play that. A lot of people who are playing like Crimson Desert right now, which is pretty big. A lot of people still playing what's that shit? Arc Raiders. That's big right now.
Crimson Desert.
Is that what it is? Crimson Desert?
Well, that's one that a lot of people are playing.
Oh, yeah. Crimson Desert.
An
Yeah.
offshoot of Black Desert Online.
Yeah, I used to play Black Desert Online. That game was dope. I still feel like there really is no other game outside of like Star Citizen. Like as far as like what I'm looking for in a game, like that's still like the perfect game for me. In every other game that I play, I always find myself desiring what Star Citizen gives me. So, not to knock anything else, but like, I'm sure everything else is great, but it ain't Star Citizen.
There's a couple of features I would import from other games into Star Citizen.
For sure. Yep, I agree with that. perfect joint.
I don't think I've ever had a game where you can like take a bounty, take down the bounty target, follow the debris to the planet's surface, or board it in space and take the components off the ship and sell the components.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, right now. Well, I'm not actually getting the components off the ship because I didn't bring a tractor beam, but I'm probably gonna start. Here, Nick.
So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
energy vibrations. What's up? Huh? I hope they fix bed logging.
Someday. I mean, it works as long as you only do it on your own ship.
Yeah, and that's not ideal.
Yeah. That full crew shit.
Yeah, man.
They probably have to work around it with some kind of like permissions schema where they have like being stationed aboard a ship.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, they got to make it to where ships aren't individual property, or they can be shared by an org, right? It can be you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand this idea where this big giant capital ship can only be called by this one person and only loaded by this one person when it's obviously designed for an organization, you know? But of course, work in progress type shit.
Yep.
Ooh. Man, I be caught getting doom scrolling and watching fight videos and shit all the time. And every now and then I'll just see someone just get slapped. And I'm just like, all right, that's enough. Get back to work. Like, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. That's, yeah. Don't have fights on concrete. That's probably what you probably should do. Don't have street fights on concrete.
I just shot a guy in the nuts and watched him double over and grab his shit.
Damn. Tough break for him.
Right?
Okay. Well, let's see. Do push a fix for that.
But that's what bounty hunter life be like.
That's what bounty hunter life be like. I love it.
Yeah, this was a bounty down in one of the facilities underground.
Hmm.
Not a bad gig.
My brain needs a break. What'd you say?
Oh, I was just kind of talking to myself over here.
Yeah, I think I'm
Taking off from the bounty site.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to do a couple more work things and then I'm done for the day. I'm just like, my brain is fried. Oh man, that was a good stretch. Dog, I keep thinking about your trigger discipline yesterday when we were in that fucking gorge. I was bleeding out behind you, and you had to hold the position while I basically had to kind of treat myself till you got to me. Then you got to me, resurrected me. Then I went over there and got a couple more kills. Pretty solid.
It was a dope run for sure.
That was a great run. Wow. I'll show you.
All right, got the screen up now.
Now, for context, it was talking about the
Right. Yeah, a lot to think about there.
Hmm?
I said a lot to think about there.
Yeah, I mean, not crazy. I mean, it's kind of a day's worth of work.
Yep.
How you doing in the verse?
I just switched over to cargo hauling, and I'm pulling a couple of contracts in my hull seat.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's kind of boring, but
No.
the payouts are high.
Yeah, I don't think it's boring, especially if you're just, you're doing shit like, hey, I just threw on some music. I got a movie playing in the background. You know what I mean? Like, if I was doing that, if I was cargo hauling, like, I would literally be, once my cargo is on board, like, you're a trucker. Truckers watch movies,
Yeah,
they listen to
basically.
podcasts, they listen to stories. Like, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be doing what I'm doing right now. I'd just be working on the software.
Coding
Yeah,
web apps, yep.
literally coding up apps while we're fucking trucking across the cosmos. I want to do a fucking stupid run from like Stanton to Nick, a long haul.
Yeah, there's a couple interstellar holes.
Yeah, I would love that.
I see the chairmaster's over at Crusader now that he's in the party.
Oh, nice. What time is it?
I'm actually heading to Seraphim Station myself.
Oh yeah, are you already on your way?
Yep.
Damn.
Oh, are you trying to catch a ride?
I was thinking about it, but I got a fucking baseball game at 3. I don't know if we're gonna make it back in time. I don't want to jump on a giant convoy if we're not gonna make it back in time for that.
That's fair enough.
Hey, Tombstone, what's up, man? Said I definitely want Crimson Desert. My birthday is next week. Well, I mean, should I throw in for you to get Crimson Desert for your birthday, dog? I mean, shit, that's a worthy cause. Plus, I heard it's fucking amazing. Wait. Shit. Also,
What's that?
Did you ever see that movie Smoking Aces?
I haven't.
Pretty good movie.
hilarious.
It's like, you ain't gonna make me do no busy work. Hell nah, dog. That is funny as fuck. Good. That's fucking stupid. You see that?
What's that?
Look at this. It's like a asset production tracker, but it's done in like, you can go in here and do
Oh,
a
cool.
bunch- yeah. So I think I'm going to oh fuck. I don't think I authenticated that right. I mean, that's cool. It's just like on some, I'll ask you if I need approval type shit. But as we get more into the like agentic era, dog, we're just gonna have to fucking take the blind leap of like, my agent just has keys, dog. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what's coming.
I suppose once it gets good enough to self-correct. Yeah.
Yeah, because the first person to get it right, they essentially outsource like a CEO assistant management system, you know?
Headless capitalism.
Headless capitalism, yeah. Just straight up like avatar capitalism.
I mean, that's kind of the thing, though. Like, a lot of people are about capitalism, but not so much about the CEOs.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if, like, when people lash out and try to like murder CEOs and that kind of thing, usually it's not really the person that they're so much having a problem with. It's their disproportionate position of power.
Yeah, I think it's also the sort of grotesque greed, just unabashed,
Yeah.
just fucking greed of a lot of these people where it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna lay off 15,000 people just so I can give myself a fucking $10 million bonus. And it's just like, really, bro? Like you didn't need another 10 million fucking dollars. Like you didn't need another yacht. You didn't need another fucking, you know, and that's where people are in a lot of ways justified in their anger. The problem I have though is that, again, from my perspective, there are no good guys. So whoever has access to those resources, you're still trusting in them to make decisions that, you know, human nature says they're going to look for their own sort of vested interests and look out for themselves and their own people. And there's going to be people who are going to be ignored and, you know, dismissed and all those kind of things. So I don't know, man. I mean, again, I appeal to the AI, ASI overlords for our fucking solution to humanity. All right, I just sent you a link to that.
Oh yeah. Where'd it go?
Oh, I shared it with you via an invite, but I can just fucking whack it tough.
Oh, of course.
Oh wait, that's not right. I'm sure you'll get there before I fucking send this to you. There it is.
Star Citizen.
What's up?
I said shit's just running kind of sluggish because Star Citizen, so maybe not.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. That thing's not really interactive in the way that I thought it was going to be.
Oh, the sheep.
Yeah.
It's not acting like checkboxes.
Yeah. Well, they should be drop down menus anyway.
Yeah. It's all right.
I said, yeah. All right, I'm going to share another one with you because that one he created was butt. But the one
Yeah, man.
I just sent to you, not terrible. Just B2.
Oh yeah, looks a lot better already.
Right. Dog, I might have to play Star Citizen while I work too, dog. That might be the hottest shit ever. I got to figure out where to put like my fucking, because I could put it like up here. You know what I mean? I could also put it down here. I've also thought about having like a screen here that just I could turn on, and instead of my hands, you just see, and it would just show my fucking Star Citizen stuff.
Once 1.0 hits, of course, you know, it's going to be like we'll all have to probably try to pull together and grind out some fleet funds.
Yeah, because they're gonna reset all the funds, right?
Probably.
I mean, I would expect that they would, and I honestly I would want it that way. Me personally, like I'm
and
not.
that's why they.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, I was gonna say I'm not worried about that.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't feel like that is one of those things that's gonna bother us as a fleet, but I could see that being somebody who's been cheesing fucking AEC or AUEC. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of dupers out there.
Which I'm not mad. You know, the game has that loophole. You know, if they didn't want that to be the case, patch the loop. But
Which they will before 1.0, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably on their blockers list.
Right. Damn, dog, I'm about to fucking lunch it.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But I want to thank everybody for hanging out in the chat, Mr. Discord for keeping me company in the office as we work on the app and everything. Yeah, I'll be back on first thing in the morning. I may even do one a little bit later tonight because there's a lot of work I got to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if I jump back on tonight. So
Sounds good.
have a good one, everybody. Mr.
Appreciate it.
Discord, peace.